How is it going, brothers and sisters of the Grease Monkey channel? How are we doing today? I know none of you are watching the live currently, but I've seen a couple of people have come through the stream already, waiting for it to start. Sorry it was such a long opening. I just had to get a couple of things done before racing. I thought I'd just let everyone tune in for the first race of the Nations Cup for 2026. It is an absolute doozy this week. Actually, just for this championship in general, to be honest. Mostly Formula 1 cars and mostly one-make vehicles. The first race today is Spa-Francorchamps. I've done a little bit of practice on it throughout the week. It is going to be a wet race throughout the entirety of the series. Well, sorry, throughout the entirety of the Grand Prix. However, it is in F1 cars. So rather than being in the the Super Formula that Gran Turismo is quite well known for, it is the F3500B, which is this one right up here in my garage, currently equipped. It has 717 horsepower at the rear wheels, and every single one of those horsepowers is bolted to less than that in weight of vehicle. 505 kilograms of vehicle, blisteringly quick down the Kimmel Straight at 300 kilometers an hour. It's going to be an absolutely terrifying championship. The next race is Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, which is one known for quite a few chicanes. I do have a short video of that in F1 cars as well. There should be a live stream to go with it, I'm not too sure. Then we have the Nürburgring GP, which is going to be in Group 3 cars, which I believe I'm going to be choosing the BMW or the Supra for. And then we have the F3500A, which is the mid to late 80s Formula 1 car. I believe it's the one that Senna drove, or similar to anyway. And that is around Sainte Croix B, which is quite a big track, but also very, very, very technical and very high speed corners. Then we have followed up with Suzuka, which I also believe to be in the Super Formula car, and then Group 2 around Fuji, which is a track I'm definitely going to have to practice for. I know the track, I've done it a few times, but I have not done it anywhere near as many times as I would like to have before doing it in a national championship. International championship, I should say. So we're going to switch over to the hard tyre, and we're going to get in a couple of laps practice before the race. The first race is at 9 o'clock. I was wrong, I did not look at the entry period, but we should still be alright in terms of position. I just want to practice keeping the car on the track, to be honest. I think I'm going to try something different today. So every single race I've done in the past, every single practice session I've done, I've always started on the intermediate, but I think today I'm going to start on the wet, because I believe it's a wet race anyway. It is inters for the first couple of laps, but we only have 1 times tyre wear, and if we can get the slightly slower faster but reduce the pit stop, we can gain 20 seconds and potentially get a lead. So I think I'm going to start on the wets for this race. I'm going to switch over to them now so I don't forget when we go into the race. Practice rather. And just to get a quick look at the rankings, I wanted to see, I didn't get a proper chance to look at a wet lap last night. We're still currently in the top 2500 in terms of global lap time, but not many people have done dry laps, so that's why there's a few people with 151s, 152s, 153s. It's kind of hard to find what is a dry lap and what is a wet lap. Because there is, if you go over to, I think it's 200 or 300, there's a couple of replays right at the top, or near the top anyway. Oh, that's the new F35. Oh no, it's just a livery that makes it look a little different. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a couple of replays over here somewhere where it was a wet lap, but it's a 156. There we go. This guy, Makishi 556. Shout out to you, bro, for a very fast wet lap. It was on a second lap. He was on intermediate compound tyres, and he set a 1 minute 56.5. Now our fastest in the wet is a 1:59.5, so we are 3 seconds off that pace, which I'm guessing for the ranking he most likely has, which will be A or something of the rather. That's about where we want to be in terms of our pace. I'm normally around 3-ish seconds off the fastest lap times in the world. So for our 1:59.5, I'm definitely not disappointed in that. There is time to find, I know that for a fact. Just need to knuckle down and find that. The other difficult thing about the track though, or the race I should say, is it goes from 1:59s to 2:09s very, very fast. It goes from one end of the spectrum to the other in one lap. So we need to watch out for that. I believe it's around lap 5 or 6, but I'll just need to confirm that. So we're going to jump in and get a little bit of practice. That's just the pre-race info really. We'll just get a couple of laps in, try to get around 20 to 25. The main thing is today I'm not really going for lap speed, which would be, an ideal thing. I would like to go a little bit faster. But the main thing I'm looking for at the moment is keeping it on the track for more than 10 consecutive laps. Because after that downpour, the track loses all its grip, and the car, already being so slippery as it is, just wants to go all the way over to the right, or whichever way you're turning while applying the throttle. So just trying to find that throttle finesse today, and try to cleanly take around the corners. Now, as per tradition on the Grease Monkey channel now, I'm going to unplug while I start driving, because it just helps me concentrate a little bit more and not focus so much on the streaming or narrating side of it. Alright, enjoy the racing, folks. I promise you, my seat wasn't far enough back. Right, anyway. Here's what I'm thinking. That could have been me, but I'm also thinking, looking down in the bottom left, down here, this is my grip level. So well, not grip level, water level. That shows me what the track surface water is doing, if it's wet or intermediate weather. So in that first notch, you can get away with slicks, or where there would be a first notch anyway. In that second notch, that is intermediates, and the third notch is wets. Now the wets don't really like intermediate weather, and they slip out a lot. And with this being a fast track, I don't know if we want to go with the wets or the intermediates, because I lost traction there straight away, but that could also just be because this is the first time I'm touching the game today. So it could be either or, but that's what's currently going through my head after those 2 attempts at the final chicane. Right, but with that, I'm going to go back to practice and I'm going to give it another go and see how I feel. Right, enjoy. I was actually, before that mistake there, where I just got a little too greedy on the throttle on the exit, I was actually doing all right. I did lose a little bit of time on the other side of the Lacan chicane, but I did go very, very deep into it, so I'm not surprised there. But it looks like the wets might actually be a formidable tyre for the opening laps, because we only need to survive until lap 5, and then we get, like, what, 20 seconds of advantage on them, because that's pretty much when the weather comes in. I've got to keep going because I want to get some dry lap practice. But if I switch over to my weather radar, yeah, because there's the green weather right there, just on the right hand side of the track, and it starts up at the top of the hill, because we are currently coming down a hill, if you were not aware already. But with that weather coming in, that makes me want to stay on the wet, so that when it gets wet, not if, when, we don't have to go onto the wets. We are already on them. And we might lose a little bit of time in terms of just overall lap pace. But a 2:03 is about where you'd expect this tyre to be in comparison to the intermediate on the same track surface water level rather. And even there, we're still gaining time down the straight. There are worse things in the world than sticking with a heavy wet tyre for a couple of laps before a heavy wet race. Kind of like the traction of this car. This car's traction. I took the normal GP line, but because of the traction difference with the car, I was up by 9 tenths and then lost it down to a 10th. But yes, like I was saying, with the traction in this car, it is ridiculous. It is so easy to spin out. I'm not currently running traction control at the moment, so it is a little bit of a finesse, but that's what the good drivers do. So. See, on some of the corners you need a short shift out of them as well to help with that traction. Alright, here what I'm doing, you may notice that I've got the driving line on and I'm not even sticking to it. Well, my answer to your questions you have in your head about that is, when you go on the driving line on a wet tyre, on a wet track, that is the line that is going to dry the fastest. Not only in real life, like normally it happens in real life, but in Gran Turismo particularly, the drying line is already set. Where the cars drive on track does affect it a little bit, but it's mostly its own. Oh. Upshift a second a little bit earlier there. It's mostly its own computer or machine that dictates where the drying line is going to be. Like, you can already see it kind of on the line, and when we're on the line, the car wants to spin out a lot easier because these tyres are not designed for dry racing, they're designed for wet. So when you go off a line like that, off a Rouge, if you watch the water level, it won't be by much at the moment because we're not actually in the heavy weather. But if I go into the drying line, it's just beneath that second line. But when I go off the line, it's just about touching it on some parts of the track. Alright, now I'm going to focus on driving rather than talking out. So from a 204 or a 2-minute flat rather, I know this because of my previous practice sessions, from a 2-minute 4, my wet weather time in comparison is about 9-10 seconds slower currently. My fastest on the heavy wet tyre in the heaviest conditions of the race is a 2086, I think it is, which isn't that bad. Don't know why I was in second there. Car really likes to step out on this last corner. If any of you guys are doing the Gran Turismo Nations Cup tonight, the last corner before coming onto this straight, when you are in 4th or 3rd or whichever gear, make sure you are not on the gas when you are turning, because the car will spit you out. It will lose traction, it will break free, and it will throw you into the wall. Oh wow. Yeah, that right there is because of the no traction and trying to do my whole sift through the gears as fast as possible thing. But that right there was a 209, which could also be from the spinning. Yeah, that's how easy it is. You just jam the throttle on. So we are going to set some traction control on now, because the weather is just about on us. Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets, but the track being up in the hills of Belgium makes it very, very slippery because of all the oils running over the track, and also the fact that one of the rivers in this mountain range actually flows over the racetrack. It flows beside and under, and it is named Eau Rouge because that is the red. It's named after the colour of the water, which is red. But on this corner right here, it rose there. Just before the right-hand curb is where the river flows over that hill, and you can see it in any wet weather race. And that is where that's where everyone gets it wrong as well. Yep. So I just lost a whole lot of traction on that brake point there. So we are no longer driving in fast mode. We are now driving in survival mode. The aim isn't fast. Well, yeah, fast is the aim. But the main goal is survive. I think that in my lobbies, Group B, I don't think the goal will be super fast. Like, there are fast drivers in my lobbies, don't get me wrong. There absolutely are. But there's also a lot of people in my lobbies, myself included, that wet weather is a curveball to them. That's what I mean about 4th gear kicking you out. Even with traction control on. This is not really a thing in this car. I really need to modify my braking line for that corner there. it's a little hard to get to grips with because there is a little less grip off the driving line. But, well, no, there's not less grip, it's just easier to find. It's actually got more grip, if anything, because it's not, you know, that oily, residually kind of wet track. There we go. Upshifting a little too early. 2088, that's not bad. Okay, not a great first corner. But there's still a whole rest of the lap to go. You know, I actually wonder if Gran Turismo was going to throw a curveball, and instead of it being start on wets, stay on wets, it's going to be start on intermediates or wets, depending on which one you prefer to drive on, and then potentially change back to either intermediates or wets towards the end of the race as it dries out. I wonder if it's going to drop far enough below that second line. Like I've done a bit of practice on this track over the last couple of days, and it's kind of hard to tell because the car does lose grip throughout the laps that I've been doing. Like, yes, obviously there's water on the track, but I mean in terms of even with the water on the track, because the tyre we're driving on has a lot more water tracks in it, so that it can hold on to that wet surface and disperse the water, but it also kind of uses the water as grip in addition to the asphalt. So the hard rubber, the flat contact patches, hold on, the flat contact patches, or the tread blocks, as you know, a tyre fitter would call them, is making contact with the black stuff, but the actual water tracks, whatever you want to call them, kind of like, I don't know how to explain it, but it kind of, the rubber has a coefficient grip on the water, and the water then, as much as it isn't a moving object, adds hydrodynamic effect to the already kinetic and heat energized tire to hold on to the track and the water at the same time. I think that's the terminology. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember where I was going with this. I started this talk like a lap ago. Oh yes, going back to the intermediates. But as the track dries up, the wet tyre kind of loses that water dispersion and isn't able to fill up those water tracks as efficiently anymore due to the lack of surface water, and then ultimately ends up losing grip, which is why the intermediate comes into play with its water tracks, but still having more surface area on the actual tread blocks, thus giving you more contact patch onto the actual hard asphalt that provides real grip, not... Ooh, that was scary. Like that.
210, okay. Yeah, so I wonder if, because if you look at the weather, there's a massive light green spot, which is light rain, not heavy rain. And we don't really get any other yellow. Like, yes, there's that other storm just above us, which could be a threat, but I don't believe we ever get touched by that. But the thing is, we are still in a rainy patch, so it's still not letting it dry up, but adding water to the downpour we just had. I guess we'll just have to go a couple of laps and see what happens in terms of grip. I also kind of want to wait it out until it's dry so that I can get some dry lap practice for qualifying, because I imagine they're going to turn the weather off for qualifying. They normally do. Oh, that might be limits. Yep, and when you go onto the driving line when you're braking, because it's dry and the tyre can't hold on, because the tyre affects your braking, because the tyre can't hold on anymore, we don't actually slow down. It's slipping rather than grabbing. That was actually alright. That was absolutely terrifying. Do I need to drive like Ayrton Senna with this car? Whap, 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 whap. That's what it felt like on that last corner. Like, not exactly like him, but I think any F1 enthusiast in the chat will know what I mean. I was actually up on that time through that corner. It's actually not a bad line through there. I need to see if I can replicate that. Obviously they're going to go faster because they were on a drier track than we are currently. Yeah, we're in that other storm now. It just went through. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. To a 8.2. That's a better fast lap. I'm not up coming up the hill, but I'm still kind of getting a good run. I saw the arrow go blue for a second. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. Right, yeah, so it's wet through to the end. Oh, there's a very heavy green patch right on our radar, steering me right between the... I'm trying to see if I can cut across this driving line on the exit of the Lacombe chicane so I can get that extra grip on the inside corner of the exit, because it looks like there's so much more grip there. I just need to get it. Ooh. Oh, yep, okay. Alright, well that was a good run anyway. That was a good couple of laps. Can we stick this? No, we cannot. There's no grip. Oh, actually, kind of. How bad was the recovery? How much time did we lose there? We went from 4 seconds down to 11? Okay, that's a bit, but not bad given the spot we took out on, because we can try and get it back right here. Okay, so we went 10 seconds down with that one spin. Yeah, not the worst, not the worst. And I don't think I see a spinning... Oh no, there's one spinning lap on the timetable at the moment, and it's lap 5. So then, obviously you want to try and go the whole race without making a mistake, but that's why we're in practice at the moment, because I'm making mistakes. But the last... So that's 8 laps without a mistake. Or a costly one anyway. Yeah, see, as soon as we touched that dry line, we started slipping on the acceleration there. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can cut across to that inside line at the end of the Lacombe chicane. See if I can hook it up. I need to come so wide. Nah, it's very, very difficult. I lost a lot of time trying to do that as well because I wasn't very smooth about it, but I think you see the idea. Although at the same time, you don't really want to be coming out of the corner narrow. You want to come out as wide as you can. That's the whole point of racing is, well, not use as much track as possible like that, but you get the idea. You use what is available to you. Like here, you come just out to the rumble strip. And normally you'd pull it back into the far left, but I don't really want... Don't really want to touch that driving line, or the rumble strip for that matter. That also scared me. Okay, so we're only 6 seconds down through this sector now. Or through... on this lap. Ideally, we don't want to be 6 seconds down by this point. But given that we just had, not the worst off, but an off, that means the lap time isn't going to be an absolute throwaway. Let's see what I can do with my braking here. Oh. Not great, I broke too much. Still a 213. I didn't mean to do that, but it somewhat worked in our favour. Play it off as intentional, dude. Okay, yeah, I will. Are we going to get that heavy green spot? Alright, came to terms with the fact that I can't get that inside line. So I'll just work with the outside. In that green spot, there's also a yellow. I've just seen that. It's coming right over the track. I guess we get practice with the heaviest rain we can get. I didn't see if it's a 16 lap or a 20 lap race. If it's 20 laps, we're definitely getting that. I know exactly why that happened. Instead of slowly and smoothly putting the brake on, I just mashed a whole lot of brake. Still got a 2083. So there's more time in this as well. Yeah, not surprised I lost it there. Alright, that dark blue is coming in. Here we go, I just heard the thunder, it's going to start raining. Right, let's see what we can do in the wet and see if we can learn a little bit of car control over here. Three corners in, and I just get a little bit too greedy in fourth on the exit of the Lacombe chicane. That one there, I didn't really have the wheel open, so that one wasn't necessarily accelerator. I think the accelerator was a factor, obviously, because you can't really spin out without gassing it. But it was definitely because of the steering. I'm still learning how to control this car while doing this, to be honest. I mean, I've only done this I think I've done 60 laps in total with this car, so yeah. Sorry, I'm just pulling up the stream. I just noticed that I never actually had it open. The next race is in an hour anyway. Oh, we've done 16 laps. I didn't even notice that. So we've finished the race. So our total amount of time for the race is 36 minutes and 32 seconds. Okay. I don't normally look at total time, but when you're looking at practice laps and you mimic the amount of laps that you're going to see in a race, it's a good idea to start looking at this number as well as these over here. So these are great for the time you want to be setting in each lap, but you don't go directly off the 208.334 here and go, wow, yeah, that's an amazing lap, I'm going to stick to that every single lap. It's going to be good, you're going to get a lower total time. But because that's, you know, really pushing it, or actually it's not really pushing it, but because that could be your 100% lap, you don't want to go 100% all the time because you're not in a qualifying setting in a race. You're not giving it everything you can to get the highest position possible. you're weaving in and out of cars, you're finding space to make an overtake, you're dropping off a couple of tenths when you go into a braking zone so that you can come out faster on the exit because you just took that exit a lot cleaner than they did in front of you. So then that's where you start to look at, okay, what do I want my race pace to be? So you think in your head roughly what the total amount of time is going to be if you stick to a particular time. So a race is dictated on who finishes first, after a couple of laps, but to complete said amount of laps, you need time. So you have a look at roughly how long do I think it's going to take me to get to the end of the race. Okay, 36 minutes 32. Well, add 51 seconds onto that, because we have a 51-second time at the moment on our current lap, and I believe it's only a 16-lap race. So then if you take off 51 seconds, so that's going to be 35:41, call it 35:40. So it's going to be a 35-minute and 40-second race, so 35 minutes. That's roughly how long we want to be, in terms of how long we want to take to finish the race. If we're taking longer than 35:40, we've done something wrong, because our 35:40 is with a crash on lap 13. That one was the 10-second time loss I got just because I spun out on the left-hander just after Blanc-Chamonix. So that one was a small incident, and we still lost 10 seconds. And there was also a big one at the start of the practice session where I got a 2-minute 40 or something like that, something crazy. So add that amount of time into that, and then you decide, okay, so 2:09. If I do 16 laps at a 2:09, that's going to be, I'm not going to do that figure in my head because that's absolutely ridiculous, but it's going to give you a particular number towards the end of the race, and that's where you decide, okay, what is a really fast lap, what is something I need to aim for qualifying, and what is something that I need to aim for in terms of bringing it over the line every single lap for the next half an hour. And then that's where you start to find your overall pace. So I'm looking at my times, and I know that a 2:08.267 here is my fast lap. Well, a fast lap anyway. It is the fastest that I've done currently in the wet, but I don't think I'm going to be doing 2:08.2s every single lap. Ideally, that'd be great if I could do a 2:08.2 and everyone else is doing 2:09.7s, then there you go, I'm gaining a second and a half every single lap. But if I do a steady 2:08.5, then I'm not seriously pushing my limits, but I'm still getting just over a second on everyone each lap. So it all adds up. It all adds up, because if you're doing 2:09s, then that's going to potentially give you, if you're doing 2:09s every lap, but someone else is doing 2:08s, you're going to finish 16 seconds behind them at the end of the race, no matter what you do. If you can't go faster than a 2:09 and they're doing 2:08s, you're going to finish 16 seconds behind them, because they gained a second on you every single lap. So and then that's where you try to find, okay, how do I get that lap? What gives me that good line? And I'm seeing here that my good lines are coming from staying tight to this driving line, but when I'm accelerating, doing my best to make sure that my rear wheel is only just touching that line and my other one is all the way out here, like I'm currently doing right now on the exit of the Lacombe chicane. I mean, I did spin and I've recentered on the track, but that's besides the point. But anyway, I think I'm going to continue on and see how long it's going. I think it takes 30 laps to get to the dry, and 16 laps took us about 30 minutes. So I think we'll do a little bit more practice and just keep going. I'm just going to quickly check my phone because I've had a couple of updates. the stream. Good luck, mate. I'm getting dinner ready, so I'll call back in later. No worries, mate. You do you. I am already fed and almost fed up of this. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I'm trying to kicking my ass out here. I don't need that. What am I doing? Everything is set up wrong. I'm such a prepared and organized streamer, aren't I? Alright, I'm just going to unplug for a sec. I don't think I'm going to worry about practicing a dry lap with this car right in this session. I think I might go set up a multiplayer lobby for a little bit and try to do some practice laps there and familiarize myself with the hard tyre. But for now, I'm really happy with my wet lines. There are a couple of mistakes here and there, but I know what it is, so I'm going to be able to fight it and let my brain work. So I'm going to exit this. 2:03.014 was the fastest with the wet tyre, which is not bad given that we started with the same conditions as the intermediate, and that's only 4 and a bit seconds slow. I didn't get to see what the optimal time was, but okay, yeah, right at the start on lap 5 we had a 2:48, and then nothing until lap 13. So lap 5 and then lap 13, and that's all we had. Oh no, lap 14 we did do something, but that was only a 5-second time gain. I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't too bad. So for the amount of laps we've done, those are some pretty consistent lap times. You can see when the weather takes a turn as well, because I do 1:2:09. Oh no, I spun on lap 2 as well. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so 3 spins out of 16 laps. Well, not spins, mistakes rather. But we've done some pretty consistent times, to be honest. 2:03 flat for our opening lap, which is about 3 seconds slower than our original best on the intermediate tyre, and we're doing this on the wets. We then get a 2:24. I'm just looking at that linear graph on the bottom. It's pretty consistent. Average time is 2:12.915. So 2:12.915, if we take that pace, and that's spins included, let me find my time calculator, because I don't remember how to calculate time in my head. Is that going to give us our 36:40 or 36:51? No, 36:31. Was that it? Yeah. 2:13. I'm going to round up because I don't have decimals. You can't multiply. Okay, well, either way, it's not bad pace, in my opinion. 2:12 is actually, it's not ideal, but when you factor in spins, that makes sense. So pretty consistent times over the board. I'm going to save that replay as well. And save best lap replay, because I'm that guy now. That hasn't done anything for our global ranking, so I'm going to go over and I'm going to set up a dry lobby. Just so that, because the hard tyre is a very different beast. Like, the wet tyre is one thing, hard is another. Alright, we've got 30 minutes until the entry period starts, so I need to definitely go and get some hard tyre practice, so that I can actually set a decent qualifying time. I think a low 51, sorry, no, a low 53 or 52 would be a good time. I want to try and set the BOP for the lobby, but it's going to be a bit difficult. Lobby, yep. Create a new room, and if any of you guys want to join this, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to leave the track ID on screen for a little bit so that people can come down and have a little bit of a jam. Race for fun, no. Oh, yeah, race for fun, no. Race for real. Was it Spa? It was Spa. Is it right in front of my face and I can't see it? No, it's this one. Full course. No amount of laps because it's just practice. BOP, I want BOP. Oh, actually, no. It's not a group 1, it's its own thing. 700 or higher. Oh wait. Oh no, it says 968. My mistake. Just so that people can't join with, like, you know, a tomahawk. Racing. I don't know if there's a mandatory pit stop. I never checked that. We'll find out later on. Right. Let's do it. Get some hard tyre practice. I've definitely got track practice. I know the track. I've done a lot of it over the past couple of days and over the past couple of years, so I'm definitely familiar with the lines. I just need to get used to this car on those lines. Right, but either way, here we go. We are set up for the race, or the qualifying session, practice qualifying session. Did I turn on BOP? It's just going to stay the same. It doesn't change. Alright, well. Right. Let's get some practice on it. I don't need this anymore. Ah! Yep, I came a little bit too wide out of that corner, but that's okay. This is just our opening lap and it was going a little bit ridiculous. Oh, get out of the wall, man. Don't do that. Don't be like that. Come on. Be nice. My phone has turned off when I had the chat turned on. No one's really saying anything. That's all good. I don't mind if you guys don't say anything. Just enjoy the racing. I enjoy the racing. That's why I do it. I don't talk very often. I just talk about what's important. Oh. You know what? Yeah, I can feel my leg muscles cramping now. This is some pedal control. It's a lot faster than what I've been controlling the past couple of days. Oh wow. I've been sticking to my wet line a little bit too much. Oh, turned in a bit early there. Oh my god! Yeah, I knew I was going to do that. I tried not to. 156 flat for the first lap. Not as fast as I want it to be, but that's the first proper lap on hards in this car. Right, keep it going. I can brake a lot later there. I'm still on my wet line, that's my problem. Ah! I knew I was losing time through there, and I tried to pick it up through the second part of Lacombe Chicane, and then just spun it out. I hate that it keeps going when I pause it. That's the one thing I don't like about the online lobbies. Alright. Anyway. Continuing on. Damn near flat. No, that's too late. That's my apex by a mile there, but that hairpin was actually pretty quick. I think I can brake later as well. Oh wow. I reckon a 154.6 is good already, but... $155 flat. Found half a second in sector 2. Oh my gosh. No, this is not a fast lap. That was too early. last sector was faster. Was it the chicane maybe? Okay. Yeah, we're already 7/10 down on Sector 1. That wasn't a bad session, to be honest. Consistent 154s and low 155s. So fives. Wow, that was such a hard sector to get out. Yeah, low 154s and high 150. High 155. 50. It still doesn't want to come out. High 154s. Low, flat, 155s. There we go. Why was that so difficult? Okay, so it looks like a 54.2, 54.3 maybe, if we can, is going to be the aim for this qualifying session. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to place, because I don't know what the times are. But that's also because not a lot of people have done dry times on the leaderboard. It's kind of hard to base everything off of that. But with 209s, regular 209s, we want to aim for a 35 to 36 minute race. Ideally, we don't want it any higher than 35:40, because then that means we've made mistakes, but we're going to try and keep those to a minimum anyway. Now the entry should... I don't think it's open yet. I left that because I thought that the entry would be open and I didn't want to miss it, but I don't think it is just yet, because it's not quite 1:45. Nah, it won't be open. But we only have 4 minutes until the race. Okay, so race strategy then. Let's think about this. So we've seen that our not blisteringly quick, but fast, our actual average lap time from what I've calculated, bar spins and mistakes and offs and skids and so what, are roughly 209s. Whether that's faster or slower, it's around the flat 209 area. So the main race pace I want to stick between is about 2/10 either side of 209. That's going to be my race pace. So either 209.2s or 208.8s. Ideally, if I can go faster, great. But my main mission is survive until the end of the race, because I believe everyone's going to be making mistakes and is going to be crashing and is going to be sliding out. And the less amount of times we do that, the greater our chances of gaining positions or having a high finish. Now, I imagine that, because the big thing is, because with the last Manufacturers Cup, we did Dragon Trail Gardens, which was in the wet, and most of my positions, because I kept spinning out to like 13th or something and then making it up by the end of the race and being on the podium, a lot of those positions were just from people spinning out. So if we can just keep our car on the track, we should already be on track for a good position. And with the fact that a 159 on somewhat wet-ish, residue-ish track put us in the top 2500, I'm imagining that we are one of the faster people in our lobbies. I'm not going to say that we are the fastest or that we are fast. Just looks like we are leaning to be, in terms of the fact that not many people have done dry times and only a few of the top times above us are wet. So
I think we've got pretty good wet racing, so we're just gonna wait off until that was crazy. Everyone just left straight away. Yeah, we're gonna keep to the wet racing, but we're being in with the pace that we have already. I reckon that a 209 is going to keep us safe for the end of the race. Maybe high mid-pack, maybe podiums. I don't imagine it'll be much higher, but at the same time, anything can happen in a race. So we're going to stick to our 209s, try to get 208s. I reckon 208s and low 208s, high 207s are probably going to be getting us podiums. But we still have a little bit of ways to go before we're breaking the 208, before we're going below 208 rather. So if we just stick to that 209, that'll give us the consistency we need to start improving on our lap times and start building off it and be able to bring the car around the track a little bit faster and try to bring it home in a higher position than either we started in or just a higher position in general, whether that's third place, second place, or first. Now, in terms of the low surface water times, so opening laps, I want to be aiming for 2 minutes. I don't want to be going any slower than a 2-minute point 3 for the first 5 laps before the actual proper downpour, although I'm going to be starting on the wets. And the wets are already 3 seconds slower as it is. I didn't get to see how many laps the wets can do on that kind of shimmery layer as well, because it starts pouring down with rain on lap 5 and then the rest of the race is just heavy wet. So, you know, but those first couple of laps, I don't mind if it's a little bit slower than a 202, 203, because we're not really going to be going fast, we're just going to be nursing the car, so that when people come into the pits to come off the intermediates, because you will need to come off them, we're going to get the advantage because they're going to be in the pit stop and we're just going to breeze by and be like, see you later pal, enjoy that 20-second stop, and then hopefully gain positions from it. I don't know how many people are going to be going on to the intermediates. I've seen a lot of lap times that are on the intermediate, but at the same time that's them setting lap times, not racing. So I imagine they would have gone a couple of laps and seen, the intermediate hates this weather, so go onto the wets and do a pit stop. But at the same time, with us having to nurse the car on the first couple of laps, there is a chance that people with the intermediates are going to be able to get such an advantage of us on us in those first couple of laps that it doesn't even matter that we're not going to pit. They've already got an advantage on us because they're already 25 seconds up the road because they just got that extra speed. But if we just keep our composure, we should be able to get a good position anyway and be able to finish better. Wets are only good for about 4 laps, rest of races inters. 4 laps, you reckon? Okay, that's interesting, because the tyre wear is only 1. That's where my confusion is. Because the reason I decided to stick with the wets rather than, although they are wet tyres, they wear a lot faster than dry tyres. That's where my confusion has been, because I didn't want to start on the intermediates because I was under the impression that with 1 times tyre wear that it's barely even going to wear out. We're going to have swags of grip and not going to have to worry about the car stepping out or anything. Is there a mandatory pit stop? There's no mandatory pit stop either, so we can get away with it. If there was a mandatory pit stop, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe I'll start on the intermediates and then go to the wets, because that'll be the smarter pit strategy so that you can use it to go onto the wet. But, yep, started on inters and went wets for the rest of the race, and they way too slow. The wets are slow? Yeah, the wets are very slow. I was getting, 209s, 208s, 209s, 210s with the wet tyre. The intermediate is definitely faster, but for those first couple of laps, I know we're losing about 3 seconds a lap, but 3 times 5, that's 15 seconds, and then they go into the pits, and if we haven't spun, they'll be about 5 seconds behind us. I don't even think it's a 20-second stop. I think it's like 25, 27, something like that. So even then, there's a very high chance of getting an undercut without even having to pit. So I don't know about you, but that sounds like a very, very good idea to me. I could be wrong though, because I haven't done the race and I haven't seen in person what the tyre wear is like. But at the same time, we'll just go ahead and see. If I end up bottling my race because the tyres can't handle it, then so be it. I mean, it is 16 laps, so anything can happen and they will get tired. Haha, the tyres are getting tired. Ha 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 ha. Ah, that's why you grease monkeys love me, because of terrible jokes like that. I'm so sorry. Do not laugh. You don't have to. You don't have to laugh. The only thing I will ask you to do after saying something like that is subscribe if you are still watching the video after that, because clearly that means something is making you stick around. If you haven't subscribed, might as well do it while you're here. We're going to be doing this for the next couple of weeks. We've got a couple of different Nations Cup coming up. First one being this one with Spa-Francorchamps. Then next, on Saturday rather, it is over to Circuit Gilles Villeneuve on some other Formula cars. I don't know exactly. Well, I have a feeling they're going to be Formula cars. I have no confirmation of that. I believe they're going to be the Super Formula, but we are yet to see that on Saturday night. And then after that it is Nürburgring on Group 3. Then we're over to St. Croix in some more F1 cars, which are the mid-80s to early 90s cars. F1 cars rather. And then we got another specified car on Suzuka, and then we finish it off strong at Fuji International Raceway with the Group 2 cars mimicking the GT500 series that races over in Japan. So it's going to be a very interesting Nations Cup. They're very, very strong, fast cars. Not strong, fast cars, and very equal. So it's a lot more driver than it is vehicle. Because as much as the Manufacturers' Cup has BOP, the cars are different. They are different, and they perform different. My Audi was really, really good on long straights because it had a higher top end. But if I was racing a BMW, he might have not had the higher top end than me, but he was able to get out of the corner faster because he has that twin turbo V8 under his bonnet, and I just have a naturally aspirated V10. So I got that high top speed and I got that high end pickup, but he's got that low end out of the corner. So this season is going to be a lot more interesting, especially given that it's a Nations Cup. The Nations Cup always makes for some of the best racing I've ever witnessed on Gran Turismo, or in real life for that matter. I mean, yeah, we're all sim racers. We're just sitting at home behind a steering wheel or holding a controller, whichever you do, and just rotting our eyes for hours and trying to live a dream that we never got to pursue as a kid. And yeah, without going too deep into it. But no, it's going to be a great Nations Cup. Now, you said something else. You found the wets didn't have the same grip as the inters. I just pushed too hard when it was bucking down and spun. Then spun 4 more times on wets. Yeah, I did spin on the wets, but I don't believe that the weather for this race is intermediate friendly. Because if you go to a little bit earlier in my live stream, the grip level radar, or the surface water radar on the bottom left of the screen, in the 3 notches you've got slick, intermediate and wets, I believe. But between the intermediate and wets kind of barrier, I guess you could call it, there's a moth. Got it. In between the intermediate and wets thing is kind of where the line sits. So it's not really wet weather, it's not really intermediate weather, but because there's a very high threat of wet weather, I want to stick with the wet tyre so that I'm ready for it. I mean, yes, I know that it's slower. I've learnt that over the last couple of days, and I have done my struggles with it already. However, I believe that the wet weather tyre is the formidable option, or the preferable option for this race. Now, you may be wondering why I'm going back out while saying all this, but that's because I just realised that I didn't properly read all the information. It's not even 16 laps, it's only 15 laps. So, not a 35:40, not 35 minutes 40 for an entire race. We want it to be about... Yeah, I can't figure that out in my head. But at the same time, it's going to be roughly a 30-minute race. We don't want to be taking too long. And we got 6 minutes for qualifying on the hard tyre. Is it on the hard tyre? I don't know. I don't know if there's no weather in the qualifying session. It doesn't really say. Shortcut penalty weak, other cars collision penalty on, yep, pit lane cutting line penalty on. Very difficult to cut the penalty line, to cut the pit lane line on this track, but I understand it at the same time. No minimum number of pit stops, so you can go the entire race without needing to change tyres once. Yep, sports rating is affected, driver rating affected, yep, mechanical damage is on light, not heavy. There are normal track limits. That's a new feature, I believe. I don't think I've ever seen that. Okay, interesting. Brake balance allowed, yep. High speed BOP, yep. And 15 laps, 16 cars, rolling start. Rolling start. Oh, okay. Another curveball that I didn't expect. Right, well, we have 5 minutes until the race. I've been sitting in this chair for about an hour and a half, so I'm just going to quickly get up and get a couple of stretches in. Just because these races can get a little bit painful, especially when you do them back to back. But yeah, so before I leave, position projection maybe. So average pace between 209, between 208 and 209. Like I said, aiming 2 tenths lower or 2 tenths higher than a 209 flat for average race pace. Fast lap or qualifying lap, I want to be aiming for a 154 or a 154.3 if I can. And my first 5 laps, which will be starting on the wet tire, I want to be doing roughly 203s. I know I can do a 159 on the intermediates, but actually, you know what? I really don't know if the intermediate's the better option here. I reckon that for the first couple of laps, going on the wet might be a good idea. We just have to hold out until about lap 5, and then we've got the deluge. Not even lap 5. Lap 4 is when it starts to come in and gets a little bit wetter, and lap 5 is when it absolutely pours down. So, yeah. Lasting 5 laps on wet tyres on intermediate conditions. Okay, cool. And finishing position, so I don't know roughly how fast we are in terms of other people in our lobby, but I think we're roughly upper mid-pack, which is where I usually am, so I'm going to be aiming for a provisional position above 6th, so I want to try and qualify between 1st place and 6th place, and try to avoid as many of the spinners, myself included, before the end of the race. So I don't want to be taken out by other people spinning or getting into fights in the opening laps. I want to try and survive. That's my main mission. It's not go for P1 on the first lap because I got the opportunity. It's let P1 go because I have 15 other laps to attempt it, and just bring the car to the end of the race. Bring the car across the finish line unscratched, unscathed, because that way you'll probably beat almost everyone in the lobby. Anytime you're in a wet race, don't even focus about making positions, just try and keep the car on the track the whole race, and you will beat 70% of the people that you're racing. Wet weather is called the great equalizer for a reason. I know I'm not that great at it. I will tip my hat and raise my hand and say I'm not great. I'm definitely still practicing, but the pace that I've seen and the consistency I've seen over the past couple of days and the way it's improved, I've got high hopes. I've got good hopes. I'm kind of not expecting a great position, but I'm not ruling out I'm not ruling out a good position. I still think we're still going to finish okay. We just need to keep to our guns, focus on what we're doing, and not spin out. And not forget to turn on traction control as soon as we see that line moving on the water radar. As soon as I see that the grip level is changing, I'm turning on traction control. I will swallow my pride on that one. Like, I stand by not using traction control on any of my cars, on any of my races. But as soon as there's wet weather, as soon as the black stuff looks shiny on the top, I'm turning on traction control. And you can say what you want, but I'd rather finish the race than try to win the race on lap 1 and bin it on lap 2. That's just my personal opinion. Anyway, we have just about a minute before going into the lobby, so I'm going to unplug the mic and just kind of relax for a little bit. You guys go do whatever it is you need to do to get ready for a stream or a race. Have some water, have some food, do some jumping jacks, run around your backyard, kick a ball, punch a bag, do whatever it is you need to do. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Here we go. It's opening now. Alrighty, here we are in the lobby. Not 8 seconds until warm-up ends. Let me just have a look at the radar. No rain. Quickly. Ah, we're already on the hards. Good. I panicked there. I thought we were going to go on a dry track with wet tires. That would have been an absolutely 10 people watching all at once. Damn, thanks guys. I appreciate it. Damn, that's a whole lot of people. I appreciate it. I'm not even going to ask you guys to do anything like everyone else. I just appreciate you being here and watching me race. But either way, so we're going to go onto the track now. We are on the hard tyre. It is not wet. Oh, no, it is wet! Oh, it's a little wet. Intermediates would have been a better idea. Okay, this is going to go shockingly. Wait. Ah, I'm so smart. Look at that. I didn't have to waste a lap. I didn't actually know you could do that. I just wanted to try it. Okay, so we got 5 minutes, so we're only really going to get in one lap. We'll be lucky if we get in a second. So we're going to quickly take it around the track as quick as we can. We've got plenty of clear air in front of us. And we don't have to worry about what's behind us as well, because OG Goof in 16th is still on hard tyres. Ah, probably could have gone dry tyres to be honest, but... Alright, that's not a problem, we'll be alright. By the way, I'm going to stop talking and focus on the race now.
I didn't need a shift to 6 there, but that's fine. My chair is doing something funny and I don't know what. 13 people watching. Damn, that number just keeps going up. This is the first day I've ever broken double digits and I've already gone up to 13. I know it's not a huge number, but to me that's amazing. That's a massive number. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in. I'm not going to talk much while I'm driving, but just know I very much do appreciate your time and being here. Anyway, let me shut up again. I reckon we can break at that 100 board still, even on the wet. Alright, let's do it. Already missed turn 1, look at that. And the shift to 4th gear was... We didn't even acknowledge that 3rd gear was a thing, we just went straight to 4th from 2nd pretty much. 15 people, oh my gosh, the number keeps getting higher. It's high stakes now, I gotta perform now. Braking a little bit early into the Lacombe chicane. Move over, bro. Bad, not bad. Oh, don't compromise my lap, man. Lap's compromised. Oh no, maybe not. "18 people at once!" Wow, okay. A little bit of a visual distraction, but I just saw the thing pop up and I'm like, oh, it's going to be like 16. Oh, it still says 15. Okay, that's weird. And then it just pops up with 18 and I'm like, oh, okay. Focus on your drive, Colt. On for a pole position. I dropped it in that last corner, so shut up, Colt. Focus on your racing. Oh, I had to bail because I was spinning out too much. Second. Okay. Never mind. And we're only a 10th off first place. Okay, so that wasn't bad at all. And we set, what was our lap time? I didn't see. We're a 10th off of 150. Oh wow, we set a 158 too. That's faster than the 59 I said I wanted to get. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, so my seat's been sitting wrong that whole qualifying session. I'm surprised I did that. Yeah, so I had to bail from the throttle on that last corner because I started tailing it a little bit too much, and I was fishtailing out of it to the point that I thought I was going to lose the rear end and just drop it and not get a good qualifying time at all. But hey, a second place, that is not bad. I don't mind that. That is a very, very good qualifying. I'm actually really, really happy with that. That went a lot better than I thought it would. Okay, so now it's just survive until the end of the race. There are a couple of quick guys in our lobby. They haven't qualified super duper high, but they are still in the top mid pack, because from 1st to 6th place, as it currently sits, is within half a second. Oh no, now it is within 6/10 of a second. So from 1st place to 6th place is 0.569 tenths or whatever. Alright, let's have a look at the weather radar. Now it's a normal one. Okay, we are going through that spot. I'm going to switch to the wets. I'm going to stick with the wets right through until the end of the race. I don't think it's intermediate level tyre. I think, oh, we dropped down to a 3rd. Okay, so yeah, we're on for an all right night here. There's 3/10 between 1st place and me, so it looks like it might be a battle between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Although 4th is only sitting 2/10 behind us, so it could be a so it could still be a very tight race between the top 6 drivers. But either way, intro. Alright, starting round 1 of the Nations Cup. There are a couple of different models of F3500B in this actually. But starting the race, we are starting in 3rd place with a 158.3. I also seem to have lost my live chat. I don't know where it's gone. Oh no, there it is. Damn, there's a couple of people in here. Hello everyone. Thank you for tuning in. I will have to get you to your chats in a little bit because currently preoccupied. But good luck, thank you, good luck. Where's Pennywise? Pennywise is currently in Derry. Actually, he's probably in Slumber at the moment because of the 27 years. There's dry line there, but you have to be very careful, and it does start raining again. Yeah, I know. I've been driving with the dry line on, so I'm trying to avoid it. Looks like everyone's on the wet, to be honest. It's only really wet between laps 5 to 10, then it gets that almost dry. Yeah, nah, that's definitely something I've noticed as well. It's only super wet for a couple of laps. But either way, we're going into the race on heavy wet tyres with a dream, a goal, a race plan, average race times, and a race goal we want. We're starting in 3rd place on the grid. 1st is right there. Let's do this. Bit of a bad start already. Alright, so we got overtaken straight away, but like I said, this is lap 1. And we're on wet tyres as well. And we're still gaining on them down the King Straight and pulling away from 5th. Good position already. Alright, ghosting is a little bit funny, so we need to watch out for that, but 4th is now on us. Completely forgetting how to race. Probably should have started on the intermediates, to be honest. The wets are a little bit much. But I also still just need to find a rhythm. Oh wow. Just going super fucking deep. I think everyone started on the intermediates, to be honest. We're sitting on the wets. I don't think anyone went on the wet tyre. I think they're all on intermediate because they're not heaps faster than me. They're only like a couple of tenths and enough in a corner to get in position. First is still within 8 seconds. That is not how you take that collection of corners. I'm gonna shut up and focus. I say as I take Blanchimont in the most incorrect way you possibly can. Ooh. Look at that. Couple of laps and we're already down to 9th. Nervous laughter. That's not real. That's nervous laughter. How many people are watching me fail again? Okay, so just before the 100 board is not a braking zone anymore. Oh, hey, bro. .207. And here's the surviving the race I was talking about. What's the weather like? Bouncing off the limiter in third. I have no idea where this guy is. Someone went into the back of him and sent him off. Nice. Alright, let's focus on us for now then. And he's got a 3-second penalty, so that's fine. Alright, back up to 7th. Like I said, I don't care how fast I go. Well, I do. I want to finish the race. Yeah, no, we just can't brake there. There's nothing to brake on. There's the rain note. When we're on the Kemmel Straight, I'm going to turn on the driving light. I'm still sitting up in my chair because I reached for my controller. Now, if you're new to the stream tonight, you may be wondering why I've turned on the driving light. And in just 1 second, I will tell you. So the reason I've got the driving line on is because now that the rain is starting to come down, the game has its own implemented dry line that it follows. And that dry line is very slippery on the wet weather tyre. Now there is less grip off the line, which is the line I'm taking, but it's easier to find grip off the line than on the line. There we go, there's another position. And we're back up to 6th. And we are 21 seconds off the lead. I believe they were on wet, so I don't think they were on intermediates, but we are yet to find out. Now, it's unfortunate because this guy is in our slipstream, but we're also catching 5th. And 1st place, actually. Oh no! I stayed on the curb a little long. Oh no, we're still going, we're still going, we're still going. No, we're not! Okay. Spin again. Yes. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's 2 spins, so we lost a couple of positions there and a lot of time. That would have been a clean around the outside move if I didn't overshoot it into the left-hander out of that sector. If I didn't overshoot it and pretty much give him the rest of the inside of the corner and the inside for the next one, it might have actually been an alright move. However, we are at the end of lap 5, and now comes the gamble of, are people going to go with the wet tyres or stay with the intermediates? Or are they already on the wets and we just didn't know about it? Still only 3.5 seconds to 7th, and gaining quite a bit. They made a mistake. No! No! Oh, I just heard 8th go past. That's so sad. How many people are watching? 12. Okay, that's better than 20. How did that happen? Alright, well, someone's coming off the intermediate. Ah. I didn't turn on traction control. Alright, 45.5 seconds to first place. Tough call. It's fine. Like I said, as long as we finish either higher than what we started with, or equal to what we started with, I'm happy with that. I locked up there. We're gaining time on first. We're now only 40 seconds behind them. Oh my god! Ah, it's the dry line. That's exactly what it is. I knew it was. Ah, I knew this would happen. Oh, I thought I could actually lose traction in the rear. Because I took Eau Rouge, the same I have every single time. In the past 3 days that I've been practicing this race, that's the first time I've spun on Eau Rouge. And it's because there's a dry line. Okay, we need to avoid that line like the plague. I feel like I got a little bit more than wheel damage. Maybe intermediate should have been a better idea. I didn't take into account how dry the line would be with all these other cars on the track. That was scary. Okay, I would say the next race, I've got to take up DR Racing's advice, and I'm going to do the intermediates. It is definitely an intermediate race. I can pit, but that wastes more time. I want to see what the speed difference is between him and I want to see if I can catch up to him. Although this is pretty much it for the race, I don't want to pit because I don't want to lose 20 seconds. Like Melky was in, what, 5th or something, and now he's in 9th. given that Malky was on intermediate tyres, we're not keeping up with him too badly. What's he on? It's raining again. Eighth and seventh are right there as well. Well, not right there, but around the 8th. Intermediates are a bit faster, but it's also raining again, and they can't use as much of the track as I can. Well, they don't need to, because I'll just stick to the dry line. Yeah, I missed my brake line a lot there. I stopped watching the track. I was looking at the track map actually. Whoa, that was so fast. And I believe 6 to be And I believe 6 to be a couple of seconds up the road, maybe 10 seconds, 8 seconds. Actually, probably more like fucking 15 or 16. Oh well. And we're actually catching 6. Unless it's a back marker. I almost made myself a back marker there. That was actually a pretty close battle between me and Goatman there for a couple of seconds. I'm pretty sure he's on the intermediate as well, but that was fun. That was fun. Very difficult to find space there. Someone decided to pit, and this guy decided to not accelerate when coming out of the corner. There we go, 2 positions. And there's 5th right up the road. We're not going to get 5th, we're still sitting in 7th. And 6 is in front of us. We might be able to get 6 because we're gaining on him on the Kemmel Straight, but I doubt it. Yeah, I should have been in 4th for that corner. Alright, first finished with 32 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. So in our practice, well, I'm not going to be getting that much practice tonight, but 32 minutes and we're doing a good race. We've actually had a pretty good race, to be honest. All things considered, we had a couple of very scary bad offs and we have lost quite a few positions. But given that we dropped all the way down to 9th and picked it back up to 7th, I don't think that was that bad. I think it is definitely an intermediates race. The wet is just too slow and there's not enough grip. It is very slippery, it's very easy to lose traction, especially when you go on that drying line, which is why the intermediate is probably better. I honestly thought that the wet would be a better option because it was kind of on the brink between intermediate and wet. But I completely forgot to take into account the fact that there's other people on the track drying it as they go round. But either way, there we are, 7th place in the Nations Cup. Not actually a bad finish, given that we started 3rd. Ideally, I would have liked a 3rd, but we did spin a couple of times, so we're not dead last after spinning out. That's always a bonus. You don't ask for much more when you've spun out. You just ask, finish. Malq was ramming apparently, so yep. I got a bad safety rating from that apparently, which is great. And we got 64 points to the table, so that's not ideal. That's not normally how many points I'm getting, but whatever. I was getting his driving skill absolutely slammed. He was just here for a race, guys. But I also get it. I don't do that, but I also get it. You have to be very careful of the dry line, and it does start raining. Yeah, it does. Save the replay and check what others did regarding tyres. That's an excellent idea. That's an excellent idea. I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to do that right now. I normally check the replays to see what people do for their lap times, but I keep forgetting that I can actually do that. It's not cheating. It's not cheating. I mean, I normally watch a replay so that I can, you know, record a different angle and then upload it to YouTube, but yeah. Right, the replay, which is this one here. Nations Cup. So I think most people started on the wet and then went to the intermediates, because I didn't really see. I think there was one person I saw who was on intermediate and switched to wet, and I believe he came back to intermediates, and we were just on wet the whole time, so we had a disadvantage from the start. If everyone was on the intermediates, we had a 3-second disadvantage per lap, because actually we didn't have bad pace through there though. Like I had a quick glimpse at my timing board. 208s pretty much across the board, aside from the odd spin here and there. 208s everywhere, which is exactly what we want. It's very loud at my ears. But let's see. Goatman's on wet. Home of Fartzoid in first place in the F500B was on intermediates. He Does he make a mistake or does he pull away? I'm pretty sure he pulls away. This guy flies up the inside. He's on the intermediates. He's on intermediates. He's on intermediates. He's on intermediates. He's on intermediates. Intermediates. Wets. And he had a very bad race. Intermediates. And then hards. And hards as well. Yeah, the dude on the intermediates is just pulling away. I want to see how his race. Oh, he's got traction control on from the start as well. Traction control and counter steering. Is that counter steering assist? Or is that active stability management? I don't remember. And then there's me, raw dominant. No assists, no nothing, wet tyres. Like I said, starting in third place with a trim and nothing to back it up. Yeah, that's how I handle my racing. Raw or not at all. Alright, so MPH went up and he's on the intermediates as well, with traction control as well. Traction control, everyone's got traction control or active stability management. We're doing it raw, except for after it gets wet with 2 points of traction control. So I think we're going to try the intermediates this time on this race rather than the wets, because the intermediate is definitely faster. I already know that it's faster because my fastest lap time on it is a 1:59, but my fastest on a wet is a 2:03. So there's already that, and then we're doing that each lap. So if we're 3 seconds slower than them on each lap, then 3 times 16 is 45 seconds. So for the amount of time that we were behind them by the end of the race, which was about 56 seconds, I'm not surprised. But the fact that we took it down from 1 minute and 1 second to 56, and I think it was 5 laps on wet tyres, and they're on intermediates, that's very, very good. I'm not pleased with, I'm not happy with I'm not super excited about the position we got, but the amount of info we got is infinite. That was a very, very helpful race to help us learn how we're meant to handle this championship and this particular Grand Prix. Interesting, for a whole race. This is going to be difficult. I don't know what to do, that's the thing. I don't know what strategy to run, because the wets are too slow in some parts, but they also offer a whole lot of grip in other parts. Between laps 5 and 10, those are absolutely soaked. I really, really don't know what to do here. I'm really in my head about what tyre compound I want to run. I think I'm going to stick with the intermediates, but it's also very, very easy to spin it out, especially when that dry line is not dry. It goes wet fast. See, the whole thing is I'm trying to not pit at all in the race. There's no tyre wear, there's no fuel wear. It's just a little bit wet at the top of the hill. But at the same time, that's exactly what makes it hard. It's very wet at the top of the hill. It's very wet at the top of the hill. And it's definitely heavy wet territory. Through this corner here, you lose a lot of time under braking, whether you're on wets or not. And through here, there's just no grip. If you go onto the outside of that corner, you lose it all. But when you're on the wets, that's where all the grip is. That's where you get your time. I'm actually faster than quite a few people in that track on that section that I noticed in the last race. Like, it wasn't every single lap, but for a couple of laps there, I was gaining by maybe a tenth or two through just this section alone. I mean, yeah, I finished down in 7th, but either way, can I see the, oh no, I can't see the standings just yet. Alright, well, either way, it is 5 minutes until the next session. Same as the last one, I'm going to unplug my mic for a little bit while the session loads, and it takes before we go into the next race. I'm going to have a little bit of a think about what I want to do for the No, I knew I knew I didn't have to make pit stops. I just didn't know whether or not the wet tyre would make it to the end of the race, or whether it was the best tyre to choose between the two tyre compounds. Like, I thought about the intermediate because it's kind of just between the wet weather and the intermediate weather tyre grip. But at the same time, I was doing it in practice with no other cars on track. I didn't take into account the fact that there's other cars on the track drying it out as well. So, you know, when I went into the race and I saw how big and how dry that dry line was, I was like, oh man, I should have just stuck with inters for the whole race. The only problem I'm facing now is, do I start the race on the wets, wait till the end of lap 7, 8 when the dry line starts to appear and change over to the intermediates, or do I start with the intermediates, deal with the absolute deluge that comes through those Belgian hills between lap 5 and lap 10, and see if I can keep the car on the track and wait for that dry line to appear and go faster towards the end of the race because everyone's still on wets or is still trying to use a wet line. That's where I'm at the moment. I'm figuring out pit strategy because I'm trying to make sure that I don't pit. I don't want to pit. There's no mandatory pit stop. There's no mandatory fuel stop. I just don't know what tyre to choose. I think I'm going to stick with intermediate this time. It's going to be a bit tough to. It's going to be a bit hard to tough it out, but last race I had top 3 was running full wets whole race. Nice. Yeah, I had full wets, but I also had a couple of spins as well, which didn't exactly help. I went down to 9th and recovered to 7th after a couple of laps. I spun a couple of times as well. But I don't know, because the intermediates really get slippery when that rain comes through. I did the intermediates the other day, although that was the other day when I wasn't really, you know, familiar with the car, track or tyre compound just yet, but it gets really slippery when that rain comes in. I guess I'll just have to wait and see. I mean, I'll stick with the intermediates for this race. There's still a couple other attempts left for the night, so I'll do intermediates for this one and then just see what happens, I guess. I mean, if we end up spinning out and coming 13th, then I'm just going to stop the stream and I'm going to go cry myself to sleep. I'm joking. Nah, if we spin out and come 13th, I mean, hey, we gave it a whack. I thought, hey, let's give the intermediates a go. It might not even be that the intermediate can't handle it. It might just be me. I mean, there's a reason I'm doing this. It's practice for me. I'm learning how to race. I'm kind of teaching myself on the spot. So I'm actually, when I put it that way, and the fact that I'm self-taught, I feel a little bit better. But no, I think we're going to stick with the intermediates, and I'm just going to try and survive, which was the mission for the last race as well, was survive. I don't care how far ahead I am. I don't care how fast my laps are, which I actually do. I don't care heaps about how fast my laps are. I just want to get to the end of the race without hitting another car or a barrier or letting my tyres touch grass, because that's never ideal in racing. That's not what you want to do. I mean, this is Formula 1 car, not you know, Group B rally driving. Damn, how ridiculous would that be? Seeing an F1 car like this that's about to come around this corner in a rally spec. That'd be interesting. Not just dirt tires, but like, you know, the full ride height suspension, and it's got like not a roll cage, but something similar to a roll. Oh well, they got the halo anyway. And it's got like the wider tires, and it's got better compression. It's got better damping. That would be kind of cool, to be honest. Right. Well, the series it's starting right now. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit. I'm gonna unplug my mic, as I do before most races. I just try to get myself into a zone. Starting on the intermediate tyres, and we're gonna try and finish the race on them. Right, anyway, I'm gonna chill for a bit. Just watch the intro. Where is it placing us? Stray yak hunt, Tom. Not too many people who are super duper fast. Stray yak hunt can be. Ha! I've raced him a couple of times. I just got his name. Stray cunt. It's actually kind of funny. But yeah, no. So he's a bit of a fast driver, so that could be a bit of a challenge. We have 64 points. Roadman got 72. I thought his race got ruined. I mean, it is just one race. Right, we'll make sure we're on the intermediates. Yep, right. I'm still going to unplug for a couple of seconds. I'll be right back with you. See you soon, greasies. Right. Oh, let me pull my chair in a little bit. It was a bit far last race. F1000. Oh. Okay. I'm going to do this. See if that helps a little bit. Right, everyone's already gone to track, so I'm going to build a little bit of a gap, which it looks like this guy here is doing. Actually, you know what? Screw him. I'm just going to go for it. If I get him, I get him. Oh, no. A little bit deep. Still behind me. By a bit. Give yourself some space, dude. You're behind me at the moment, I'll be giving you some space. Nope. Stop focusing on him, Cole. Braking too early. Is that a pole? Ah! Just missed out. Okay, alright. 2.5 tenths. Not bad. What's the fastest? A 150. Doing 57s. That's faster than the 58s from the last qualifying session. Okay, so we're getting faster. We're getting faster. Right. It's still quite tight between first and sixth. 8 tenths of a second. That's, I mean, it's a bit in terms of, you know, F1 car standards. But in terms of, did we just get nailed by someone who was doing a qualifying lap? Well, funny. My biggest supporter. Yes, I said it right after I said that. Yeah, no, we're actually doing pretty good. We're getting faster throughout the night. I mean, so we're starting third this time. We're going to stay on the intermediates. We're not coming off them. We're going to stay on that tyre from start till finish. We're just going to have to be ridiculously careful between lap 5 and lap 10, which is just about a third of the race. So it makes it a little bit tough, but we just want to make it across the finish line safely. What am I doing? My stream's not open on my phone, that's what I'm doing. Right, how many points are up for grabs? 80 points over? Oh. That's no biggie. That's something I can do maybe. Right, so starting in third, we are 3 tenths, or well, yeah, call it 3 tenths behind first, and the closest to us is about the same as us from first, and then fifth is 14 slower. So it looks like it's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4 for the first couple of laps. I'm going to stay on the intermediate. That's going to keep me in the fight early on in the race. And it's going to make it so that I don't get absolutely dive-bombed into turn 1 and lose like 3 positions by the end of what? By the time we're halfway through lap 1. So I should be able to stay in the fight a bit longer, but anyway, here's the intro. Alrighty, welcome to those of you who have just joined us. We are currently going into attempt number 2 of round 1 of the Nations Cup. We are starting third on the grid, only 2.5 tenths behind first place. We have a Marlboro F1 in front of us, Marlboro Ferrari F1 in front of us rather, Michael Schumacher's old car, and we have a Red Bull behind us in 5th. That guy wasn't much of a threat to us in the last race. He's still coming to terms with the wet weather grip, as are we ourselves. Got a little bit more of a fine tune to it. The thing was the tyre compound in the last race just went a little bit too aggressive and chose the wet weather tyre, which just wasn't really living up to the conditions of the track. It does get a little bit wet for a couple of laps, but we're going to do our best to hold on in the intermediates and see how much we can stay in the fight in the first couple of laps. Right, so there we are, starting in third with the bright pink and purple Formula 1 car, behind an Alpine and a Ferrari. We are in a different style of 2500B, but Either way, that's racing. So I'm going to turn my traction control on already, just to be on the safe side. And we're going to do this race in an older style F1 car. Alright, let's do this. Oh, someone on the inside. That was a bit of a dive bomb, but at the same time, turn one. I'm going to keep the inside. Yeah, okay, there we go. And we've got a better run on the Camel Straight by the looks of it. Not to the guys behind, but I'm not looking behind me at the moment. Nice. Oh, unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. He went a little bit deep into the corner. Tried to just cut it because, you know, missed the corner things, and then just got reset. Right, Tom here looks to be quite fast and quite confident in his car. But at the moment, Straya Cunt is our race at the moment. Yeah, I got the name now. It's catchy. I like it. Broke a little bit early there, but we're still holding on to second place. Fastest lap of the race as well. Who knows where it. Didn't mean to take those pylons with me, but oh. I didn't even brake late for that corner, I just didn't turn early enough. But it was only by like, it was a fraction of a second, but it was enough to affect my line. Now we're pulled quite comfortably away from everyone else. We have a 9-second lead on third place. Probably the worst I've taken that chicane in this race. Lost a lot of time there for that. I think it's also because it's starting to get a little bit more wet now. Right, careful line now. That's close. Braking a little bit early, but again, that's because of the intermediates. If you look down at the bottom left, hold on, give me a sec. If you look down at the bottom left, you'll see that, he's got intermediates on as well. You'll see there is a blue line just next to a car shape. Now that blue line is the surface water level. And at the moment, it is just below that second white line. When it gets above that, that's heavy wet territory. And I can already feel the car sliding around because we're on intermediates. So we're going to lose a little bit of time for these next couple of laps, because it's just about in that heavy wet. In some patches it will be. And the intermediate kind of starts to lose its effect and use for a little bit. Look, he's struggling too. So we're going to be short shifting corners, slowing down more than usual, and braking just a touch earlier but a little bit softer, just to try and really pull the car through the corner. Short shift to fourth, get the power out of it. Second, third, gently apply the throttle. drop the throttle in fourth, coast it around this corner, bring it on the inside and nail it. Because that's where there's a lot more grip. If we keep the wet tyre on the water, there's more grip. But only if you do it right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I didn't brake anywhere near enough. I didn't even mean to do that, to be honest. I just kind of went super deep into the corner and had to try and work with it. Let me go to this screen instead. Alright, and there's the dry line starting to form now as well. So he's going to start getting a little bit more comfortable, but we've got to try and hold on as well. We might be able to make a... Oh, we'll absolutely be able to make a move here. I've got to dummy him. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that. I thought he was a little further from my car than that. Either way, move has been made. We are now holding first place. It was a light love tap there, but nothing too... Oh my god! He's pushed him up the track! No, it was just a light bump into the back because he broke earlier than I thought he would when trying to do an over-under. Going super deep now, really starting to feel that wet track now. No! Spin the rear, spin the rear! Oh my god, no, 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 not like this, not like this. Right, that was the thing I was afraid of happening. Right, now we really gotta watch ourselves. We are only 2 seconds in front of third place and he's gonna catch us on a straight maybe. Unless we just pull ourselves back into composure. Oh, wow, there? Really? Sorry, I don't mean to get annoyed on stream, but like, come on. There? That's the second time I've ever spun out on at the top of Eau Rouge. Right. Like I said, it'll be hard to bring the intermediates all the way home. I guess now we gotta work for it. I mean, we started in third place, so as long as we finish in third, I'm happy. That guy's struggling. And hey, there's still 8 laps left, so who's to say that someone else hasn't got a spin in front of us? Some space would have been nice, but... still in this race. Bit far from first place, but that was a good battle while it lasted, actually. I mean, I was thinking about sticking one up the inside there, but just didn't really have the balls for it. Alright, we're 30 seconds off first place, but that's still enough time for a decent spin. And everyone else is within that time, so... Oh no. Let me adjust. Alright, best place at the moment, unless people spin in the top two, because there's only two in front of these guys. Wow, okay, that was quite slow. I wasn't really watching. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, so unless the top two spin out, best place looks like it's going to be a podium. Third place. Right, let me focus on the race now. This is going to take a little bit of a hit, but at the same time, still wet weather racing. Don't know, the Australia account is going ghost. I think I scared him into a mistake with my squirrel. I didn't mean to go full throttle. My foot slipped on the pedal. Not having a very good race, are we? was such a good start as well. Kind of annoying, didn't have the rotation I wanted or needed. Who was that? Oh my gosh, we're in fourth. You won't believe it when I tell you that that's not a back marker. That is third place. I mean, ideally I'd be saying that's first place, but so someone spun, someone lost time because they caused the spin. And then someone bailed from an overtake. There you go, there's third place. Oh my god! Really? Literally, as soon as I get into third, I slow on the apex. Just slow me down. Professional moves, look at that! You want this position? You gotta work for it, man. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna make it very hard for you though, don't worry. Right, and second is 21 seconds up the road. Too far to gain in 2 laps, but if he spins, like I almost did there, I need to stop taking so much rumble shit. That's why. I'm just straight up not turning, that's my problem. Oh, now I'm turning too much. Yeah, I turned too much. Alright, so we're finishing in 6th place unless they spin out again. So instead of second place spinning out like I wanted them to, I spun out thinking about second place. What do you think about that? Huh? Yeah, good strategies. Best strategy you've ever seen. You wouldn't know the likes of it. This is the type of thing you only find on the Grease Monkey channel. You don't find racing quite like this anywhere else. Like, look at this. I'm just gonna hold this guy up. And he's gonna get really annoyed at me, and then I'm gonna gun it out of here. And hold the inside because he doesn't get that corner. Oh wait, no. He's gonna get me on the straight anyway. Is he? Oh no. Yeah, there we go. I'm not slowing down for that corner though, because, you know, screw the chicane. I'm just trolling people now. That's how badly my race has gone. I mean, it's still better than the last race. And wow, I'm just not slowing down. I double shifted to 3rd instead of 2nd. Oh! He almost lost it there. Alright, 8 seconds to 5th. Ah, if you look at the grip level again, I think you'll see why I'm struggling. Oh. Well, there's 5th place. And there's 6th place. What the hell? He started out braking me, and then all of a sudden his ghost just disappeared. Oh well, he disappeared. Like, he teleported. I don't know where he went. I think he's behind me. He's a second behind me. He must have made a mistake. Don't know what mistake he made though. I didn't hear him hit anything or anything like that. Oh my god! The same corner every time! I'm barely even putting any throttle. Hey, it's not just me though. Look at that. That gave me a little bit of reassurance. I feel better about myself now. Thanks, guy. Contestant number 3. Well, contestant number 7 now. But it's alright. I'm not the only one who's struggling. Oh, and he's got really bad internet. He's got the smallest red line I've ever seen. Oh wow. That was wrong. That's going to be a penalty. I know what the problem is. I'm trying to brake in a straight line on wet tyres. With wet tyres on the dry line. Is that what it is? It can't be. It can't be that. That doesn't sound right. Maybe it is. Alright, let me try my wet tyre line. My wet tyre braking line, rather. My heart jumped out of my chest. That was a lot closer to being utter annihilation than it may ever look on camera. Like, without holding the steering wheel with your own 2 hands, I don't think I can describe to you just how scary that near miss was. Foot hurts. Oh, that was a bit early. sawing at the wheel crazily. That's exactly what it was. .8 seconds to 4 if you reckon in one lap. We're 5th place? How are we 5th place? Oh, I'm so sore after that. That was... Actually, you know what? We started in 3rd, spun out, I don't know how many times. We lost a few positions as it was. We went down to, I don't remember what position. I think we went as low as 7th. I wasn't really watching position number. Like, I was narrating it, but I wasn't really like noticing, oh yeah, I'm at 9th. It's just, I've spun out, there's a dude in front, I'm setting that amount of time, I have that many laps left. Okay, just focus. And we managed to bring it home in 5th. 40 seconds away from the leader, which is pretty good given that we were 30 seconds away and then spun. And that battle with the leader at the start of the race, that was so good. That felt so good. Oh, I still had the fastest lap by the end of the race. What was the fastest lap? I'm just going to wind back my live stream a little bit. Oh, it was that one I set right at the start. Okay, well there you go. The pace is there. That was the thing. And with the guy in 1st place, that was such a good battle. That felt so good. It was just a little bit sad that I dropped it as soon as I overtook him. It's actually really sad. But either way, we ended up getting how many points on the table? 67. Still not great, but better than 0 and better than 60. Is that the same amount as last time? I think it actually is, to be honest. But that's not a bad performance. Next race is 11 o'clock. I'm a little on the fence on whether I should or shouldn't do that, because I do have work tomorrow, and I'm actually, believe it or not, in a little bit of pain after doing all that racing. These cars, as much as this is a video game and I'm just using a wheel, pressing the brake that hard, that many times, with speed that fast, You get a little bit of a sore foot when you're doing it with bare feet onto metal pedals. But either way, those are not bad results for how the night has gone. And based on the small amount of practice I've had in the past couple of days, I'm not too disappointed with only a couple of laps being spun. There were a couple of big spins though, and some of them were back to back. The intermediate was a little bit harder to nurse all the way home, but I think I kind of started to understand it. It was just when it was on that brink of heavy wet territory where it was like, wow, okay, I'm really struggling to keep it on the track now. This is actually getting pretty difficult. And you could even see it in the way that the car was behaving and the way that my steering was behaving. But either way, that was actually pretty good. I'm kind of happy with that. I'm not sure if I want to do the next race or not, because it's going to finish at almost midnight and I still have the back end of YouTube stuff to do and work tomorrow. So, you know what? I think I'm going to be a little bit of the sad guy tonight. I know our best position was only 6th, but at the same time... no, 5th, sorry, not 6th. Our best position was only 5th, but at the same time, given that we started in 3rd, I don't need to justify it actually. 5th place was a good finish based on where I started the race and how my race went. I'm not disappointed, I'm actually pretty happy. And we did very well given that it was a very wet race. In both races we held our composure quite well, and the second race it was a little bit difficult, but that's because we were on the drier style, we were on the intermediate, not the dry, it's not dry at all. We were on the intermediate tyre rather than the wet weather tyre, so it was a little bit more slippery, but we had a couple of really good overtakes in there. So I'm definitely going to be recording those replays and editing them down so that the good overtakes are in there. So be sure to check out the channel for when those get uploaded. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much all of it for this evening. Just a couple of updates on the next Manufacturers Cups races. So the next one is going to be on Saturday. My stream is going to be starting at midnight on the dot, pretty much. It is Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Now, the car is not yet determined to the competitors, but I believe it's going to be the Super Formula based on the fact that that's the Canadian Grand Prix for Formula 1 and we don't have Formula 1 cars. We have things that mimic it, but it's not it. Yeah, so that one I'm going to be practicing for a little bit throughout the week. Probably just going to be doing short videos of this race, to be honest. There were a few really good overtakes. If it wasn't for dropping it on the left-hander just before Blanchimont, that would have been a beautiful round the outside move in that first race. But either way, that's pretty much all from me. Make sure you stay tuned into the channel and you check out the shorts that are going to be uploaded in maybe the next couple of hours, next day, whenever you get a chance to do it. I'm not going to ask for you guys to do anything. I'm just happy you're here watching the videos with me. But if you do want to leave support, make sure you leave a like, hit that subscribe button as usual. That's exactly what you do when you like channels. And if you really feel like it, you can hit the notification button. That way you'll know every time that I'm streaming and I'm probably doing one of these races and you'll never miss one out. But yeah, aside from the cheesy sellout YouTuber shit, that's about all from me. So all I really have to say is thank you all so much for watching. I very much appreciate all of you for coming in and tuning in and enjoying some racing with me. And I will see you in the next one. Peace out, Grease Monkeys.